Morning, host. Can you please switch my camera on? I just want to do the settings.
Good morning, Chair. Your camera is on, Chairperson, but we will remove the agenda, Chair.
Yeah, I just want to make sure the setting of the camera is fine. Okay. It's fine now. You can go back to your agenda.
Okay, Chair. We'll float the agenda now, Chair.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, honorable members. Before we proceed with the details of the day, we need to do the adoption of the agenda. Today, we are going to be dealing with the opening and the welcoming, then apologies, our engagement of SALGA. We will then get a briefing by the department on the 5th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg. We will also get a briefing by the department we are done. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, Chairperson.
Hello?
But we lost the chair for a while. We lost the chairperson for a while.
Chairperson, are you there? It's Honourable Powell. We seem to have lost you.
Slalo, seems like there's sabotage here.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Slalo.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm sorry, something was wrong here with the connectivity. I don't know whether when I presented the agenda was audible, but members who have presented the agenda, I'm sure you have seen it. Can we have a move of adoption of the agenda?
Chair, is Honorable Panza. You were audible during that time, and I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Yes, I was wondering because there was no response from Lubabalo on whether I'm audible or not. Do we have a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That's our agenda for today. I'm going to request that we manage time well because it's a bit of a longish agenda for today, and we should be done by 1 o'clock latest. Do we have apologies?
Thank you, Chair. We have two apologies, Chair. One is from the Minister. She's out of the country, Chair. She's attending the 78th UN General Assembly. And the second apology is from Deputy Minister Portes. He's attending Cabinet Committee meetings, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, what I will do today, I will not go into the opening remarks because we don't have time. We've already lost 6 minutes. So I will go direct into our briefing session with the South African Local Government Association. I take this opportunity to welcome our colleagues from the South African Local Government Association, the members of the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, the staff from both the SALGA and the Portfolio Committee. We welcome the president of SALGA. I hope he's on the platform, President Stofile, the deputy president, Mabua, the CEO, Mr. Mbanga, and Mr. Lance Jewell, and any other member of SALGA who may be on this particular platform. You are all welcomed, colleagues. As you know, honorable members and our colleagues from SALGA, the construct of a new South Africa started in 1994 after the elections. We also know that construct was preceded by a protracted process of negotiations, which then resulted in the first democratic elections in 1994 in April on the 27th. Since then, as South Africans, we have been on the road to make sure that we deepen democracy, to ensure that we improve the lives of our people, to make sure that we master the art of coordination between the three spheres of government, which is national, provincial, and local. SALGA is responsible for the local affairs of the local government, but at the same time, SALGA has to ensure that it works with both the provincial and the national government and other bodies that exist within the South African society. This is part of the intergovernmental framework relationship as outlined in the Act. As the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, we took a decision that based on our assessment of the last 29 years, as we prepare for the 30th anniversary of the liberation and the democracy of South Africa, we need to look at whether the things we have been doing indeed help us to move forward. Those that help us to move forward, keep them, refine them, deepen them, grow them, and sustain them going forward. Those that have not worked, if we can't change them and improve on them, we have to abandon them. In the course of doing that, we have to devise means of new ways of ensuring that democracy is strengthened and we improve our relations with all other spheres of government. So as the Portfolio Committee on International Relations, we took a view that since 1994, there hasn't been a very close relationship and interaction by Parliament through the Portfolio Committee on International Relations as it comes to international relations matters with the people on the ground. As you know, honorable members and members of SALGA and those who are following the proceedings of this Portfolio Committee meeting, Parliament is basically responsible for three things. One responsibility is to make laws. The second responsibility is to ensure public participation. And the third is to make sure that we hold the executive accountable. This is enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic, which we adopted in 1996, when Nelson Mandela signed that into law. As a people, we must make sure that our people not only read what is in the Constitution, but they can see practically on the ground what arises from the work that we do as Parliament. So we have realized that the work of Parliament when it comes to international relations has mainly been elitist and parochial. It involves mainly the intellectuals in the institutions of higher learning, the analysts, the other independent institutes which deal with matters of international relations, and other scholars in international relations. As a consequence of that, our people on the ground who are South Africans interact with matters of international relations on an ad hoc-ish basis. So we are making a proposal, and we have made that decision as the Portfolio Committee, that our approach to international relations, in as far as the three focus areas of government are concerned through Parliament, must involve the people, because democracy without continuous, sustained, deepened involvement of the people is not only hollow but meaningless. In that regard, the Portfolio Committee agreed that we will have to establish on the ground throughout the 9 provinces of South Africa the forums that will be handling matters that relate to what pertains to what we have to do in international relations. This we do because we don't only want to make sure that we strengthen communication with the people on the ground, but also for people to play a practical, meaningful, valuable role in how we deal with matters that we have to deal with as international relations. I will make an example. Currently in the villages in South Africa, there are many foreign nationals, and there's no structured way of dealing with those processes on the ground. In most cases, we only hear about matters that relate to whether foreign nationals are here legally or illegally, and those matters are dealt with by Home Affairs. Our councillors on the ground, our ward committees on the ground, members of the mayoral executive committees and councils themselves, the mayors themselves, find it difficult in most instances to deal with these matters of international relations. Secondly, it is important for us to involve not only the ordinary people on the ground, but their leadership in the form of traditional leadership in the villages. Because we can't do anything without involving that aspect of governance of our people. In most of the villages, some of the foreign nationals who comes in illegally and illegally have to have some relationship and connection with the offices of the traditional leadership. As we know, traditional leaders are ex-officio members of the councils throughout the country, the local councils, the district municipalities, and so on. So they are an important part which we have to also deal with moving forward. In addition to this, municipalities go overseas. They send delegations and they enter into either memorandums of agreement, memorandums of understanding, to push the agenda of investments and the promotion of South Africa. Those things are not well coordinated. In some instances, the Department of International Relations may not even know that some of our delegations from the municipalities are somewhere in the world on behalf of South Africa. As a portfolio committee, we work with missions abroad, and in some cases, they do bring this to our attention, that there are some challenges as they relate to municipalities, delegations going overseas without prior communication with them. Thirdly, we develop policy from time to time through the department and through our oversight work as the legislative body of the state. And in most cases, as I said earlier, it is not easy to involve the ordinary people on the ground. When there are tensions that flare up in communities, either in the form of allegations of xenophobia, with Africans grappling for meager, scarce resources in as far as the economy in this country is concerned, it is difficult for ourselves, for the executive side of the state, and for yourself as SALGA on behalf of the local municipalities to deal with some of those challenges. So our view as the portfolio committee is that we must ensure that in every municipality throughout the country, in every ward throughout the country, we establish people-based forums on international relations, which will also include not only the ordinary people on the ground, they will include the traditional leadership, as I have said, they will include the councillor in a ward, they will include members of the ward committee on the ground, they will include forums that are established by some of the foreign nationals finding themselves here in the country. They will include institutions which are independent. They will include institutions of higher learning and any other individual or association or institution that is interested to be part of these processes. So that on the ground, whatever we deal with can help us harmonize relations for our people, for stability to prevail. The most important thing, which we will have to deal with going forward, is around the economy. It is my view, comrades, in SALGA and our colleagues in SALGA, that local economic development at a local government level is not given the necessary attention. If we are to grow each of the local economies throughout our country, if we make sure that every ward we look at its dynamics economically and we focus the growth of the economy on a ward-by-ward basis to respond to the challenges that are facing our people, to make sure that there is investment that comes from all over, including in the world, targeting particular municipalities, we will be able to overcome some of the problems that we face of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. If we grow the economy, it will lessen the pressure on the people to fight for the resources on the ground, which are not enough to cater for everybody, the South Africans and those who may not be from South Africa. It is also important through these forums to explain to our people how, for instance, we are working together as the new BRICS order in the matters of geopolitics. How those things must relate to them as our people who are in every village, who are in every township in this country, who are in every small dorp in this country, who are in every city. To know the relationship between them, their lives on a daily basis, their enterprises, and everything that they do as it relates to BRICS. They must know, for instance, when the president is in the United Nations as he is now, these forums should have said and say, what does this mean for us at this particular locality? How do we relate to that particular matter? We want our people on the ground to understand, if we say that Africa is now part of the G20, as people based in a village, in a township, in a city, in a small dorp, how that does it relate with them? How do we, when we do foreign direct investment, how do we make sure that through our oversight work, we ensure that there are necessary offices working with the municipalities on the ground to ensure that these foreign direct investments accrue to the people on the ground so that everybody can benefit? Then we can build a prosperous South Africa which will not discriminate against people based on their race and based on their sex, based on their ethnicity, based on their locality. So we will urge that going forward, our colleagues in SALGA, please you work with us. We will send you a document that explains the framework, which process we are going to follow to make sure that people on the ground participate in this matter. How is the councillors going to participate in these matters? How is the council itself, the council and the councils, various forms of councils, going to participate in this particular matter? Formulation of policy is quite a complex exercise. So we need to make sure that we have on the ground forums that will help our people understand, as I said earlier, matters that relate to international relations. So in summary, that is what we are urging SALGA to help us with. We are also going to, later on, be going to be engaging with the House of Traditional Leaders at national and at provincial levels and at the district level, so that they can also understand this. We are going to be engaging with the universities and other institutions that deal with matters of international relations on how we want to use these forums to ensure that we enhance the role and the participation of the people as part of deepening and enhancing democracy in the Republic of South Africa. That's the summary, honorable members and our colleagues from SALGA. If there are questions for clarity, we will be available to take those clarity questions. But before we do that, I just want to check if from the members there's anything to add to strengthen this explanation which I have given to our colleagues from SALGA. Thank you very much. Anything, Honorable Mpanza?
No, thanks very much, Chairperson. I think you have covered everything very well. I will expect the engagement from other colleagues and SALGA leaders. Thanks very much.
Anything? Okay, thank you. Honorable, anything, Honorable Nkosi? Anything, Honorable Chetty? Anything, Honorable Ngola? Honorable Hendricks?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Thank you very much for a very revolutionary speech, and I see a lot of opportunities with the intercontinental African trade, where villages from all Africa will be connected and will be trading. And I think that you have given some ideas on how we can set up the structures on the grounds so that the intercontinental African trade, when it kicks in, especially during the first 7 years and the second 7 years, that we connect villages. And here, obviously, the International Relations Department and our committee will have to play a very important role. But thank you very much for an inspiring speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hendricks. Thank you very much. Our colleagues from SALGA, do you have any question or comments you will want to make?
Thank you very much. I will first apologize. This is Tofile.
Yes, Tofile.
The SALGA president. Let me, on behalf of the association, take our hat off for this initiative that has been started by the committee. I'm saying SALGA is taking its hat off for this initiative because most often there is a misunderstanding of what is the role of local government on the international development issues. Our understanding is that there is nothing happening on heaven. Everything happens in a ward, in a street, yes, in a municipality. For instance, you can see just recently in the past few years, the Western Cape, city of Cape Town, for instance, has been bombarded by a number of foreign nationals that have occupied the land of the municipality. And when the municipality deals with that, the municipality was criticized without understanding what is the role of a municipality by those that have criticized the municipality on its action in managing the resources and managing the space as enshrined in the Constitution. So I'm saying, Chair, we welcome this. To me, and generally to the presidency of the association, in reflecting on the communication from your office asking for this session, we really appreciated that. And we really appreciated that because SALGA as an organization does participate in the international local government associations. And it does participate in the continental development. And therefore, building relations with the International Relations and Portfolio Committee of Parliament, it becomes paramount important to share some thoughts and views about how do we then change the local government outlook. Because local government is its outlook. It depends on the manner in which we develop policies, implement those policies, have an impact that is positive to communities. And that is why we are so excited with this initiative of the committee and really appreciate it. And we wish to say on behalf of the SALGA team, we commit ourselves. It is our commitment to work with everyone that can bring about positive changes on the conditions of our people. Learning to live together in our villages, in our small towns, in our urban areas is a key fundamental human rights issue. And therefore, Parliament, working with other spheres of government, like what you and your committee is doing, no one cannot appreciate that. In fact, we need to build on that and build and make sure that it does succeed. It is, we have seen the document that has been shared by your committee to us in terms of your ideas insofar as forming village or township or street committees that had to look into issues that affect us. Chair, foreign nationals coming into South Africa, they live in a municipality. They live in a ward. And xenophobia and whatever politics, what you ever individuals want to talk about it, they happen in a ward. Now, this thinking of the committee, it should come handier to us and to people of South Africa to work together in addressing the serious challenges that we are facing in our communities. And I think on behalf of the association, we really appreciate that. And thank you very much for us to be given this opportunity to interact with yourselves. And we are looking forward to build limbs and bounds relations going into the future in dealing with the challenges that our people are facing in the Republic of South Africa. Thank you very much, Chair.
President, thank you very much, President Stofile. One of my dreams is that I wish one day we can have the Treasury, for instance, and the entire executive of the state understanding that we have to do budgeting based on the IDPs of municipalities as a point of departure. Because the municipalities, they do all these intense community consultations. They know what affects communities on the ground on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. So if we were in future, we were to not only look at an IDP as a reference document, but use it as a pillar to budget all the departments in the country, to budget and make sure that we direct all the resources that are at the macro level, at the national level, we direct it to the micro, and that micro is informed by the IDPs, and the people themselves can choose and say, in the immediate, we want this, in the short term, we want this, in the medium term, in the long term, we want this, and everybody agrees that that must be the approach, that must be the allocation of resources. South Africa will go elsewhere. So we are with you in that struggle to make sure that local government is allowed to play its critical role, particularly around issues of the economy. It will help us going forward. As it is currently, generally people think that the economy must be dealt with by national departments and so on, and you can't have local government at the center of the affairs of the economy of the Republic of South Africa. I hope one day we can achieve that objective. We will work with you as the Portfolio Committee on International Relations. We will also support you. There will be reciprocation between the work that you do and the work that we do as the International Relations Portfolio Committee. We are also going to work with your relevant committee of COCTA. So we will be working together with them going forward. Otherwise, thank you very much, President, for honoring our meeting, your delegation, setting aside time to come and engage with us. And your input is very inspiring. It's giving energy. It's giving us assurance that as the Portfolio Committee, we are on the right path. The only thing we can do is to sacrifice ourselves now for the immediate benefit of the people and for the benefit of future generations, and to make South Africa become one of the outstanding countries globally. We will talk again as time goes on.
Thank you so much, Chair.
President. Honorable members, I don't know if there are comments in absence of the President. I don't know whether we can make that comment. If not, we will go to the next item. I don't know whether the department is ready. If they are not ready, we will deal with the minutes.
Noted, Chair. I will check with the PLO Chair and hear if the department is ready. May I please have 2 minutes, Chair, to communicate?
That's okay. Honorable members, can we deal with the minutes in the meantime?
Yeah, that's fine, Chair.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The minutes were circulated to all of us as members of the committee. I went through the minutes myself and I requested Lubabalo to make the necessary changes, which I sent to him. The minutes at the top there, it is the attendance. Those are the members that were present. Eswar Mahuma Pilum Panzang Kosi Zungu Mwela and Ngola. We also have Honorable Powell and Honorable Chetty. Apologies, it was the Honorable Minister. From there, Honorable members, it is the staff. It's self-explanatory. The only thing we need to explain in the staff there is Mrs. S. Nkalipi. Mrs. S. Nkalipi is temporarily here in the international relations because the person who was doing the committee assistant work has been taken elsewhere within Parliament. Kana, what is her name? Nomakhoza. Nomakhoza has been taken elsewhere. We had a meeting with the managers of the who are responsible for where we fall as a cluster, and they explained to us Mrs. Mkalipi as the committee assistant matter that she will be acting. We've agreed with them that we welcome Mrs. Mkalipi and that we'll work with her, but also that we will prefer that Ms. A. Machanda, who is the executive secretary of the committee here, working with the chair, from October the 1st, she should be taking that responsibility over so that Ms. Mkalipi must not be overstretched, but also that is someone we are working with and is familiar with the works of the committee and the members. I just thought I need to explain that. We dealt with the introduction, the committee discussions that were raised, the responses by the department are reflected here. We also went into the discussions, as you remember, honorable members, serious discussions around the New York project and the decisions that were taken by the court and the promise we got from the department and the takings on the action plan going forward. We also dealt with how, in the end, the committee got a response from the department. We dealt with the minutes, which were of the 30th of August 2023, the 6th of September 2023, and then the meeting was adjourned at 11 o'clock. Can we have a mover for the adoption of the minutes as a true reflection of the proceedings of the portfolio committee on that particular day?
Yeah, if I may.
Yes, sir. Honorable
Chair,
Chetty.
I just want to find out, similar to you, I read through all of the minutes and everything else. And Chair, I think there was 2 omissions that, with your permission, I want to find out whether we
proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, we're making reference to the SCA and the judgment and the comments made in it. The 2 omissions I would like for us to consider, because if you notice in the first paragraph, we speak about the actions against the BEC. And for me to say, we'd like to know how far the department was with the consequence management for the members of the BEC and who were identified also by the SCA as the people who must also be held accountable. It's also, Chair, the BAC, because the judgment was clear. It was both the BEC and the BAC, if we could just add that. And Chair, paragraph 11 of the SCA also spoke about the steering committee and made mention by name, Miss Africa. I think it's important we include that, because similar to the next sentence where we speak about, we are aware of the two people, which was the CFO and the DG. But here you will recall that Ms. Bernice Africa was also suspended and then left. So there should be a report on to what consequence management was done there. It's similar to what we say. You can't just be suspended and when you think, and I'm not saying she is, allegedly, but if you think you're guilty, you just resign and leave and there's no consequences for that. So if we could, Chair, I will appreciate that, because the Supreme Court of Appeal was specific in naming those things. So if we could, I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much, Chair. And if you include that, then I'm willing to move.
Yes, I think you are right, Honorable Chair. Those are omissions that must be included. I do recall that those matters were strongly raised in the meeting. We did also say that these matters must be concluded, all of them, before the end of the term of the sixth administration. So that must be included there, Lubabalo. Thank you, Honorable Chetty, with the amendments and moving. Is there a seconder?
Chair, let seconder with those amendments.
Thank you very much. Honorable Muela, I see your hand is up. Thank you, Ntate Mbanza.
No, neki sekenda Mdulistulu. Thank you.
Oh, Kyalebo. We've got Honorable Muela and Mbanza seconding the Honorable Chetty. The minutes are now adopted as a true reflection of the proceedings of the Portfolio Committee meeting that took place last week, Wednesday. We are now going to give over to the department to do a briefing. There is Lubabalo, who is supposed to be here? There is Abdul from DERCO. Can you indicate to us, Mr. Abdul from DERCO? Are you guys ready to present? I know that you were given possibly at verse 10. But you should be present because this day and time was dedicated until lunch to the Portfolio Committee meeting with you. And we slotted in SALGA. So you should be able to make a presentation. Mr. Abdul. You will start with Zimbabwe. Over to you. Lubabalo, are you back on the line?
Yes, Chairperson.
Are they ready?
Yes, Chairperson. They just projected the presentation, Chair.
Yeah, but we must get the voice. Honorable Powell, welcome, my sister.
Hi, Chairperson.
I've been missing you. You are welcome.
Yes. Thank you for having me. It's
you
good to be back.
You are together. You are together.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to find out the agenda that we approved had the next presentation as BRICS. Are we moving an amendment to the agenda to switch that out for the Zim presentation?
Okay, no, we shouldn't. The next one is BRICS. Zimbabwe will follow later.
Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Powell. And once more, you are welcome back. Your visit, I hope, went very, very, very well. We won't say where because it's not a public matter of public interest.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Department BRICS, over to you. What is the meal again? Can I learn for her? Terko.
On a lighter note, Chair, I just hope they're all not suspended after the investigation by the SCA judgment.
Luwawalo. Luba. Luba. Who is this Mr. Mohammed?
Chair.
Abdul. Not Mohammed, Abdul from the department. Proceed, Luba. Yes.
Chair, I just got a call from JECO, Chair. Initially, Chair, the department was communicated to start at 10:30. So the colleague responsible for BRICS is in a meeting until that time, Chair. So they're requesting to start with Zimbabwe and then followed by BRICS, Chairperson.
Okay. I'm sure that's okay, no? So that we move on. Honorable Powell, is that okay?
And Chairperson.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Chair, if I may?
Okay.
My apologies, Chair. I don't mind us moving for progress sake. But I think also this is my issue around the department as well. Because the same officials sit in the department should also be available when we're having these meetings. What happens if our presentations finish off earlier? They should be available. Although we give them a timeline, it's just an assumption if we go longer or earlier. But they must accord us respect because we ask them one Wednesday a week to come in here. They should accord us that respect, Chairperson. Thank you.
Basically, they are using our allocated time to do their work when they should be following the proceedings of the committee.
Exactly.
It's in their interest to do that. So I concur with you. Okay, Zimbabwe. Presenter, can you proceed with Zimbabwe? Luba. Luba. Lubabalo. Lubabalo. Lubabalo.
Chair, I'm trying to call.
Where is the person who requested to start with Zimbabwe?
Yes, sir. I'm receiving a call, Chair, from JECO. May I?
Whenever you can present the report, there's no problem. The presenter must present. Derko, can we proceed? Lubabalo, where are your people? Lubabalo, have you fainted? Luba.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I'm
What's
still. They are working on projecting the Zimbabwe presidential again, Chairperson.
No, man, it was projected a few minutes ago, just before Honorable Powell said we change the sequence of the items. It can take a minute even to project a document on the screen. But where is this person who is going to present who's not saying anything? Because you are not supposed to speak on behalf of that person. That person from DERCO must speak for himself or herself. Luba?
Chairperson, noted, Chairperson.
No, it's not for noti. It's for the person to present.
I was just on the line, Chair, with the PLO Chair. I asked him to them to proceed with the Zimbabwe Chair as agreed by the committee, Chairperson.
What do I do? So who is this? I think it's Mohammed. Let me just check here. Abdul from DERCO. There is also Patrick Jacobs. Can they present? Honorable members, I don't know what to do now. I don't understand what's happening here because the department should have, it has got all the resources to ensure that they follow the proceedings of the portfolio committee. They must be ready at all material times to present to the committee. It can be an excuse that we said we might finish by 10:30 with SALGA. Honorable Chetty.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I must agree with you because, again, Chair, I feel vindicated when last week I told the Deputy Minister Nomini about the fact that we are undermined by this department. And I'm glad, Chairperson, that today you are now receiving the very same treatment firsthand. It's totally disrespect for this committee, Chairperson. I've raised it before, and I'm glad today that we're experiencing it, and that when you have your next MANCO meeting, you raise this with them, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chair. No, what is happening is really not acceptable. So I've just spoken to the ministers, PLO. I said, you must just get these people, wherever they are, they must come in and log in because naturally they are expected to be in the committee, as the Honorable Chetty is saying. And they are said, in future, this should not happen. So he's busy trying to get them. But I really feel that this is not really the way to do things. And I've raised that with him very strongly. And he says, no, he was not aware, he was apologizing. Thanks very much, Chair. So there's an effort that is being done, but it's not justified.
Thanks for that initiative, Honorable members. My problem also is that there are people from DERCO here. They are muted. We try and speak to them. They are not responding at all. There is Abdul, there is Patrick Jacobs. It means they have logged in and moved away from their gadgets. Just as a formality, they are not following the proceedings of the portfolio committee.
That must be looked after, Chairperson.
Honorable Fala?
Chairperson, yes, I say we must look at things like that because it's important that members must be present. It doesn't help just to log on and not listen to what's going on, because then this meeting carries no weight at all.
Yes. Honorable Mbanza, I see your hand is still up.
No, Chair, it's a legacy hand, sorry.
Oh, it's an earlier hand.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all.
Chair.
Are we saying Chair?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Oh, it's Chair. I just got a call that the DDG responsible has been pulled out of the meeting. They are requesting 3 minutes, Chair, to just quickly log in, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Powell?
I'm covered, Chairperson, thanks.
Okay, ma'am. That is it.
Yeah, Chair, since we've got 3 minutes, I think it's important that we try and deal with this matter, Chair. You recall we had a discussion around consequence management. Clearly, Chairperson, there's nothing that's stringent in this department. I can guarantee you now, Chairperson, that at next week's meeting, or the next meeting we have, the DG will come here and apologize for the inconvenience caused to the committee. There were some issues, and give us a whole sing-song story to try to protect and defend the department. This is totally unacceptable, Chair. It's blatant disrespect for us. And there must come a time, Chairperson, when even you as a chair will have to put your foot down and tell the department enough is enough. They can't just come in here and expect us just to be sitting here waiting for them. We also have a commitment. We know on a Wednesday from 9 o'clock to at least 1 o'clock. We set aside the time to be here. And this department is supposed to be here for us so that we can exercise our oversight on this. So surely, Chairperson, they know that the Wednesday meetings are for the portfolio committee. They shouldn't be double engaging on this, Chairperson. And I think we must have a serious discussion with the DG on this. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, no, I agree with you. I mean, there wasn't supposed to be any other engagement because we were supposed to start with the department at 9. And we simply indicated to them that we will slot in SALGA. We don't know how long it will take. They must just be aware of that. The assumption was that we may take up to 10 or 10:30. It didn't mean that they must now move away from the meeting and be committed to other things. It didn't mean that at all. So we will formalize.
Good morning, Chair.
This complaint to the minister, because I don't understand why the staff in the office have not been following the proceedings of the committee. Responsibility to do so. Deputy Minister, you are welcome. Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Mashego Dlamini.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. I came in when Honorable Chetty has been complaining. I was told that the meeting will start at 10. And I don't know what happened, because now I'm joining the meeting is 2 minutes to 10. Okay. Unless there's another communication that you have been sent to us, but I didn't receive that. I'm sorry about that.
No, there's no problem, Deputy Minister. The issue here is the meeting with the department, the initial correspondence, Lubabolo will correct that, should have said 9 o'clock. What we then did was to slot in our proceedings of the committee SALGA. We didn't know how long it was going to take us with SALGA, and we didn't want to keep the department, yourself, the minister, listening to the presentation by SALGA if you are not interested in it. That's why we said the department must be alert so that as soon as we are done with SALGA, we can proceed with the department. The administrator of the committee indicated to the department, to somebody, that it might take up to 10 or past 10, but we didn't definitely say we'll be starting at 10. So, yeah, we can start now, Minister. Over to you, Deputy Minister. Sorry, DMC, for calling you Minister, Deputy Minister Mashego Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I didn't see the agenda, how the agenda has been arranged.
Yes, the agenda, Deputy Minister, today we are dealing with the presentation of the BRICS Summit, which was held in Johannesburg in South Africa. Thereafter, it will be on Zimbabwe's elections.
Well, thank you very much.
Somebody earlier, about 20 minutes ago, projected the Zimbabwe presentation, and they requested to start with Zimbabwe. We agreed to that, but that person disappeared.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. We'll start with the BRICS briefing.
Over to you, Deputy Minister. Thank you for coming onto the platform.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Portfolio Committee members, ladies and gentlemen. Well, South Africa was privileged to host the 15th BRICS Summit from the 22nd to the 24th of August 2023 in the Sandton Convention Center in Gauteng. It was the first BRICS Summit to be hosted in person since the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent global travel restriction. The summit was attended in person by the leaders of Brazil, India, China, and South Africa. And by mutual agreement, the president of the Russian Federation participated virtually in all the BRICS leaders' meetings. We hosted the summit under the theme, BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutual Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. This theme, Chairperson, reflects our vision of BRICS providing global leadership in addressing the needs and concerns of the majority of the world, namely beneficial economic growth, sustainable development, and inclusion of the global south in multilateral system. Our theme also reflects our belief in the benefits that a partnership with Africa can bring to BRICS, with our partners eager to explore opportunities to support and benefit from the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The 15th BRICS Summit was preceded by the substantial business and private sector program coordinated by the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition and the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. Chairperson, one of South Africa's key stated objectives of BRICS membership is to leverage its political and economic relation with BRICS members to address the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment through increased intra-BRICS trade, investment, tourism, capacity building, skills, and technology transfers. In this regard, the pre-summit program included inward buying and investment mission, which saw business delegation from BRICS countries visiting South Africa, especially economic zone, to explore business opportunities. Chairperson, the BRICS Trade Fair showcased proudly South African products and services from companies and institutions from South Africa and the rest of Africa, covering sectors such as agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, and automotive, pharmaceuticals, energy, and energy infrastructure. The trade fair also provides an opportunity for business-to-business interaction with BRICS businesses delegation aimed at increasing intra-BRICS trade and investment. Minister Patel urged BRICS business to engage in investment and trade practices that support industrialization and welfare enhancement of developing countries. During the summit, BRICS leaders reflected on all the elements of BRICS cooperation, including the practical mutual beneficial areas of BRICS cooperation, regional and global economic and political developments, as well as the global governance reform agenda. The president of the New Development Bank, the chair of the BRICS National Security Advisor, the chair of BRICS Business Council, and the BRICS Women's Business Alliance participated in the 15th BRICS Summit as ex officio representing BRICS institutes and structures. The chair of the BBC and WBA provides leaders with an annual report of their activities and outcomes, as well as negotiated and agreed list of recommendations from the councils to the leaders, and the 15th BRICS Summit outcome were adopted in the Johannesburg Second Declaration. The 15th BRICS Summit also provides an opportunity to amplify the voice of leaders from Africa and the Global South in the customary BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus Dialogue event on the last day of the summit. As we already know, our president invited leaders from Africa and the Global South to attend the Outreach and BRICS Plus event, as well as gala dinner and cultural performance of the night of the 23rd August 2023. The president also invited 20 dignitaries, including the Secretary General of the United Nations, the chairperson of the African Union Commission, the president of the BRICS New Development Bank, the chair and the executive head of Africa Regional Economic Communities, African Financial Institution, and the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and the CEO of the African Union Development Agency. BRICS Africa Outreach and BRICS Plus Dialogue reflected on strengthening the mutual beneficial BRICS Africa Partnership for Growth, Development, Peace, and Inclusive Multilateralism, as well as building mutual beneficial partnership between BRICS and the Global South in the multipolar world. At this point, Chairperson, allow me to hand over to Mr. Joubert, our Acting Chief Director for Regional Organizations and South African BRICS Shaper, to take the presentation through to all the details of what happened in the 15th BRICS Summit. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, and that is greatly appreciated. Over to you.
Mr. Joubert.
Yes, Joubert.
Mr. Joubert, are you on the line? Chairperson, I can't find out. I will request my officials to check Mr. Joubert. I don't know where he is, because he's supposed to be here.
At least you are experiencing what we experienced for 20 minutes area, Deputy Minister.
I'm
Welcome.
told that Mr. Chupet have challenges. I don't know, either with the systems or what. Well, I don't know why this glitches today. Chairperson, can we move on to Zimbabwe?
Move, Deputy Minister.
I'm sorry, Chair?
You can move on.
Well, I request that we move on to Zimbabwe and make the opening remarks. Oh, thank you very much, Chair.
I'm agreeing that you move on. We will combine the discussion.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. Well, I'm also delighted really to have an opportunity to brief the Honorable Committee on the outcome of the harmonized elections in the Republic of Zimbabwe, which was held on the 23rd, 24th August 2023. Chairperson and members, you'll recall that during the current year, 4 member states in the SADC region are due to hold election, which are Republic of Zimbabwe, which had their election on the 23rd of August 2023. The Kingdom of Eswatini will be having their election on the 29th September 2023. The Republic of Madagascar will have their election on the 9th of November 2023. And the Democratic Republic of Congo will have their election on the 20th of December 2023. The SADC region has generally been peaceful, with member states regularly conducting elections. However, a significant number of elections outcomes have been plagued with disputes, sometimes with ensuing violence protests that are accompanied by accompanied heavy-handed security responses. You will also recall that in 2004, SADC leaders adopted the SADC principle and guidelines governing democratic election as a firm commitment to the institutionalization of democracy and good governance in the region, which have since constituted a basis for the assessment of electoral process in member states. As such, these regular elections across the region demonstrate the commitment by member states to uphold democracy and good governance. Honorable members, we have been honored as South Africa to be part of the collective through participating in the leadership or as observers in the SADC Electoral Observation Mission deployed by the SADC to assist member states to, amongst others, conduct peaceful, free, fair, and credible elections. I am pleased that South Africa has also been part of the collective that observed the just concluded peaceful, harmonized elections in the Republic of Zimbabwe. While the elections were also observed by, amongst others, the Joint African Union, OCOMES Mission and Commonwealth, European Union, the Electoral Commission Forum of Southern Africa, and the Carter Center, I wish to share with you the outcome of these elections in line with the SADC report. Honorable members, the presentation will be, amongst others, cover the outcome comprehensive results of the harmonized election, which constituted Presidential National Assembly and the ward councillors. It is now my pleasure, Chairperson, to hand over to Ambassador Siokolo, Acting Deputy Director General for Africa, who will take you through to the presentation as agreed upon, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Is our BRICS person back?
I still have to check, Chairperson, but Ambassador Siokolo is ready for the presentation of the election of Zimbabwe election.
Okay, you are welcome on Zimbabwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Deputy Minister and honorable members of the committee. I have the honor to make this presentation. At the invitation of the government of Zimbabwe, the SADC Electoral Observation Mission, SEOM, observed the harmonized elections in Zimbabwe, which were held on the 23rd and the 24th of August 2023. The observer mission was constituted of 68 observers and was deployed in Zimbabwe from 19 to 25 August this year in all the 10 provinces of Zimbabwe. The chairperson of the SADC organ, President Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia, constituted the SEOM, the observer mission, and appointed Dr. Nevas Mumba, former vice president of Zimbabwe, as leader of the mission. And he was supported in this role by Troika members, Zambia as the chair, Tanzania incoming chair, and Namibia as outgoing chair. The leadership of the observer mission was supported by 2 members from the SADC Electoral Advisory Council. And the mission comprised from members from Angola, Botswana, Eswatini, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, South Africa, Tanzania, and Zambia. The observer mission was conducted in accordance with the SADC Treaty and Protocol on Politics, Defense, and Security Cooperation, and the revised principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. Please, next slide. Please jump this slide.
It looks like the presenter is muted.
Oh, am I back now, Deputy Minister? Yes. Hello? Yes, next slide. Yes. The presidential elections were contested mainly by 10 registered candidates. However, the contest in the end was between Mr. Emmerson Mnangagwa of ZANU-PF and Mr. Nelson Chamisa from the Citizens Coalition for Change, CCC. 647 National Assembly candidates were registered, with the CCC and ZANU-PF being the only parties fielding candidates in all constituencies. Next slide. The House of Assembly, at stake were 280 seats available, 210 are to be elected for 5-year term by single-member constituencies. And there are also 60 additional seats which are reserved for women and 10 seats per province for the youth. The current population of Zimbabwe, as per the 2022 census, is 15,178,979. And there were estimated total of 6,623,511 registered voters. Women made up 53.7% of registered voters compared to men at 46.3%. The youth, that is those under 35 years of age, made up 41.7%. There were 12,374 polling stations across the country. Next slide. Only 46.96% nominated for the general elections were women. The elections took place on the 23rd of August. However, due to delay of delivery of material in some polling stations, a proclamation had to be issued by the president to extend voting in the affected areas to the 24th of August 2023. So there was an additional day added to the original determined date. Next slide. In terms of the outcomes, the SEOM, the observer mission, issued a preliminary statement on 25 August 2023 on the conduct of the 2023 harmonized elections in Zimbabwe, noting amongst others that the pre-election and post-election phases were peaceful and commended all stakeholders for respecting the rule of law. A day after, on the 26th of August 2023, the ZEC released the final election results and declared Mr. Mnangagwa of ZANU-PF the presidential winner with 52.6%, followed by Mr. Nelson Chamisa of CCC with 44%. The rest of the candidates shared the remaining 3.4%. For the National Assembly, the ZANU-PF won majority of constituency seats, 136, with the CCC trailing behind with 73 in constituencies of the 209 contested seats. The remaining seats, 60 for women and 10 seats respectively, all constituted the 280 seats for the National Assembly. And this is the next slide, shows the summary of the National Assembly seats. In terms of percentages, ZANU-PF received 62.9%, CCC 36.8%. Next slides. As I said, on the election day, the observer mission observed the voting process in 10 provinces and covered 172 polling stations. And as the Deputy Minister indicated, there were also other observer missions like the Joint African Union, AU Commerce Observation Mission, the Commonwealth, the EU, amongst others. In terms of the key findings of the observer mission, significantly, the observer mission issued a preliminary statement on 25 August 2023 on the conduct of the 2023 harmonized elections in Zimbabwe, noting amongst others that the pre-election and post-election phases were peaceful, and as I said, commended all stakeholders for respecting the rule of law. It further noted that some aspects of the harmonized elections fell short of the requirements of the Constitution of Zimbabwe, the Electoral Act, and the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. In this regard, the observer mission highlighted the following. One, that the political and security environment in the pre-election and voting day was relatively calm and peaceful. Two, concerns from stakeholders about the limitation of constituencies, which they claimed failed to observe the correct methodology for calculation of the 20% variance constitutional rule with respect to minimum and maximum sizes of the 2010 electoral constituencies. I should indicate, however, that the court dismissed the legal challenge that was brought against the delimitation report of 2022. Thirdly, stakeholders complained about the delay in releasing of the voters' roll in a searchable and analyzable format as prescribed by the Electoral Act. Fourthly, the ZEC insistence that the voters' roll conflict was created by the introduction of the Cyber and Data Protection Act, which enjoins all institutional agencies to protect the privacy of information. Fifth, the excessive fees charged for access to the printed voters' roll by interested parties was restricted. The ZEC imposed a charge of $187,000 for each hard copy, which means $1 per page. Next, there was an infringement of the right to freedom of assembly for election campaign purposes, where some parties were being subjected to unreasonable cancellation by the Zimbabwe Republic Police. Concerns were also raised about the Patriotic Act as being incompatible with the spirit of the Constitution, the freedom of expression, and the SADC principles and protocols governing democratic elections, which require member states to uphold, amongst others, the freedom of expression. The stakeholders also raised concern about high fees charged for nomination of candidates, which are unduly restrictive to less well-off members of the community. For example, fees increased from $1,000 to $20,000 for presidency and $50 to $1,000 for constituency. Fewer women succeeded at their party's primaries, resulting in less women standing for National Assembly and only one stood for presidency, which could also be attributable to high nomination fees. Furthermore, stakeholders expressed the view that government compromised the independence of the judiciary, as allegations that they recently received financial and material incentives, which are viewed as an attempt to buy their loyalty. There were also reports of intimidation of voters by an alleged quasi-intelligence group called Forever Associates of Zimbabwe. And this group was deployed towards around 36,000 villages. There were concerns about postal voting by officers of the Zimbabwe Republic Police who allegedly were coerced by their supervisors. There was also concern about the content of the state broadcaster and state-owned newspapers who were skewed in favor of one political party, contrary to the provision of the Constitution Electoral Act and the SADC principles and guidelines. Several voters expressed concern due to lack of late arrival of ballot papers and poor administration at some polling stations, particularly in Harare and Bulawayo. And there were delays which resulted in some voters leaving without casting their votes, whilst others remained in the lengthy queues throughout the day and night. President Mnangagwa issued a proclamation rendering 24th of August 2023 as a polling day because of the delays experienced at certain polling stations. Lastly, the stakeholders were generally concerned that the state-owned media houses remained biased against opposition political parties and candidates. While the Observer Mission noted some improvement compared to the 2018 electoral processes, it was also noted that the content of the public broadcaster and the state-owned newspapers, as I said, were in favor of one political party. The SEOM, the Observer Mission, thus made the following recommendations. The ZEC is advised to strictly follow the provisions of the Constitution on transparency, access to information, and timeously avail the voters' roll in accordance with the stipulations of the Electoral Act. The ZEC is also urged to engage all key stakeholders in the process of revising nomination fees for candidates and attempt to benchmark the revised fees in the context of SADC region and Zimbabwe's economic realities. The relevant media regulatory authorities are urged to ensure implementation of measures that require impartiality in coverage of political events by state-owned media. Further, the ZEC should also strengthen transparency in the procurement process and delivery of all voting materials, including ballot papers, and put in place a monitoring system that includes the participation and verification by electoral stakeholders. Lastly, effective and practical measures should be put in place at the earliest sitting of the next parliament to ensure the equal participation of women as candidates in the electoral processes. This is the next slide, indicates the key legislations which impacted on some of the observations that were made. And lastly, the chair of the organ will present a consolidated Observer Mission report with lessons learned, observations, and recommendations to the government of Zimbabwe. The SADC Electoral Advisory Council will return to Zimbabwe at an appropriate time to undertake a post-election review to determine the extent to which the recommendation of the Observer Mission have been implemented and the nature of support, if any, that Zimbabwe would require from the region. As we all know, President Mnangagwa was inaugurated on the 4th of September this year, marking his second and last term in office. The ZANU-PF and the CCC have taken their seats, 176 seats and 103 seats respectively in Parliament. I thank you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Deputy Minister, is our BRICS person back?
Well, thank you very much, Chairperson. Is not yet back. I think I can take the committee through on the presentation.
DM, good morning and apologies. I am in the meeting. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Over to you, DM.
Over to you, Mr. Joubert.
Thank you so much, DM, and good morning, Honourable Chair and your members of the committee and colleagues from top management of DIRCO. I'm not sure if I could just get the opportunity to project my presentation, or if the Secretariat could please put it on the screen.
Mr. Joubert.
Yes, sir.
I thought you'll start by indicating what was, where were you? What was wrong on your side? Because we waited and waited and waited for you, and we became creative and devised other means of wasting time.
My sincere apologies, Chair. I was accessing my computer from Durban, where I am, and we just had slightly different information on the starting of your meeting, on the starting times of your meeting. My apologies for that, Chair.
Okay. Lubabalo. Luba. Lubabalo.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
What time do we communicate to the department formally?
Formally, Chair, I inquired, Chair, from your office about the time through Angisa, Chair. It was 11:30, but however, after yesterday's meeting, we made another amendment to say that because the meeting with SALGA would not be long, so they must log in at 10:30. That was the time, Chair.
Okay. Okay, no problem. It means we are also at fault. Okay, proceed, Mr. Joubert. Your apologies. It's accepted.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very, very relieved to hear that. And we're ready to proceed. If I could get the opportunity to project on the screen. There we go.
Yes, proceed. There we go.
Again, good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Deputy Minister, colleagues and members of the committee in this meeting. I'm presenting on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg, and I am doing that also on behalf of the SHACPA, who is accompanying Minister in the BRICS Foreign Ministers meeting today on the sidelines of UNGA in New York. We can proceed to the second slide. I don't think I have control of this.
Can you try and share from your side, Mr. Joubert? I'm struggling with something this side. Apologies for that, Chairperson.
No problem, ma'am. I will try to do that. If I could have access to the screen. Maybe there's... This one. I don't have access to the screen. I only see Brenda's screen at the moment.
Yeah. I'm trying to unshare. This is not allowing me. I don't know what's going on with this.
Because she has.
Yeah, she needs to allow.
Mr. Joubert.
Yes, sir.
But are you able to scroll up and down?
I'm not able at the moment to share my screen. I'm still trying to see if I can do
Are you
that.
not able, Babalo, are you not able to do it from your side?
No, Chairperson, I will not be able to do it from my side, Chair.
Okay.
Hi, Chairperson.
Honorable Chetty?
Yeah, sorry, Chairperson. Chair, while this department trying to sort out the glitches and get the presentation sorted out, do you not think to save time, we should engage on the Zimbabwe report and then come back to them, just as a way of progress, Chairperson?
Okay, I think you are right. You can engage on Zimbabwe. Honorable members, there was the presentation on Zimbabwe. I think Honorable Chetty is right. Because of this technical glitch, let's rather save time and engage on Zimbabwe. The first speaker will be Honorable Chetty.
Thanks, Chairperson. Chair, just the first thing is that I have an issue when we come with a premeditated intro and our presentation also has contradictions to that. And I say this, Chairperson, because if one had to look at the definition of what the president, the minister, the deputy minister, and including the presenter today speaks about harmonized. And that's the definition where it says the act of making different people, plans, situations, etc., suitable for each other. Definitely, Chairperson, at the outcome of this election, as well as the comments made and references in the report, it shows this was anything but harmonized. I mean, if we just had to look at what the comments made by the head of the European Union Observer Mission, where they said that the voting took place in a climate of fear. Also, Chairperson, our very own regional bloc of SADC mission, who said that voting, there was delays, issues with the voter roll, bans on opposition rallies and bio-state media coverage, which is also indicated in the presentation we had. So surely, I mean, as much as South Africa wants to say that we do not want to cast aspersions upon the elections in Zimbabwe, we must also be true to the facts out there. Because our presentation also says there were all of these incidents that were identified. So how do we come out now and say it was harmonized? Because unless they have a different interpretation of what the word harmonized means, I think we shouldn't be using it that loosely, creating a false impression that everybody was okay with everything that happened there. The other thing, Chairperson, is that if we look at the amount of things that went wrong, the first thing, Chairperson, is the extension of the election for an additional day. Can you imagine what will happen in South Africa in 2024 when the voting station is supposed to close at 9 p.m. and we say that it's going to continue for the next day? Surely that brings in concerns. It allows for the threat of voter fraud to take place. Because once you set a day for the election, all of the proper processes to ensure there's a free, fair, and safe election takes place. Once you extend it for another day, that's a day that's not been accounted for. And that is why things can go wrong. I think, Chairperson, that we must be honest in the fact that, in as much as we want to say it was harmonized, there were a lot of irregularities. The fact that people felt threatened, the fact that the press, even in our own presentation, I keep on repeating the fact, Chairperson, because this presentation was done by our own department, which highlighted the very same concerns raised about the biasness of the media as well. So how is it that we can come here and do a presentation which highlights all of the issues in it and still say it was harmonized? I have a serious concern with that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chetty. Thanks very much. Honorable Powell, over to you.
Thanks, Chairperson. This committee this morning has been an absolute jumble, and it's embarrassing. It's unbecoming of Parliament. And so I hope that via the relevant office, this will not repeat itself. Chairperson, it's common cause amongst the international community of democracies that the Zimbabwean elections were marred by voter intimidation, rigging, vote buying, and observers are saying that the main culprit is ballot delays. During interviews with local media on election day, the Zimbabwe Election Commission chief election officer said that they were still printing ballot papers, which contradicted the ZEC chairperson, who had assured the country that everything was in order a few days prior. Open Democracy and other observers witnessed voters being intimidated in rural and urban areas, particularly by the Central Intelligence Organization, which is affiliated with the Forever Associates Zimbabwe, the FAZ, which was collecting names and identity numbers and allegedly coercing people to vote for ZANU-PF. These problems meant, according to reports, that out of 6.6 million registered voters, 2 million people, which is almost 30% of eligible voters, didn't vote. And this is also according to statistics that were released by the ZEC. This is more than double the number of people that didn't vote in the 2018 elections. Opposition parties also claim that the Zimbabwean judiciary has allegedly been captured by the ruling party. And opposition parties are now calling to pursue a diplomatic solution through the African Union and the SADC. There is, of course, precedent for this because, as you will recall, in 2008, following that disputed election, President Thabo Mbeki brokered a power-sharing deal between, at the time, Robert Mugabe and Morgan Tsvangirai, which gave birth to the Government of National Unity between 2009 and 2013. So, Chairperson, it's clear now, being 2023, that the situation in Zimbabwe persists and that none of the previous recommendations that have been made by the SADC or the African Union have yet been implemented. And these, of course, previously touched on the same issues, things like unfair coverage by state media, a lack of transparency, a lack of the timeous disclosure of the voters' roll, etc. So I've got three questions that I will put to the Deputy Minister and the Director General's representative in this meeting. So ultimately, the SADC Observer Mission has once again found that the election fell short of the requirements of the Constitution of Zimbabwe. It fell short of the requirements of the Electoral Act, as well as the SADC principles and guidelines governing democratic elections. And so the findings will now have to be tabled before the SADC Summit for ratification. My question to the Deputy Minister is, will South Africa be voting in favour of the adoption of the report? And if not, can the Minister please provide reasons why? This is, of course, in the context of the President of our nation having attended Mnangagwa's inauguration. Then the second question is that the legitimacy of the current Zimbabwean government under Emmerson Mnangagwa will now remain in question following the disputed outcome. Is the South African government currently engaged, or does it intend to engage in any form of mediation in Zimbabwe between Mnangagwa and Nelson Chamisa, the leader of the Citizens Coalition for Change, towards potentially the formation of a government of national unity? And if so, what are the details of that intended mediation? And then thirdly, from a domestic perspective, as representatives of the South African people in the South African Parliament, I need to ask the question that, of course, we all understand that the Zimbabwean crisis has become a domestic problem in South Africa because of the number of undocumented economic migrants who have fled that country's collapsed economy. Now, with these sham elections having taken place and the subsequent disputed electoral outcome, we know that there's a high chance that South Africa will once again be a net recipient of another wave of undocumented economic migrants from Zimbabwe. What was the justification for President Ramaphosa's rush to congratulate Mnangagwa for allegedly winning, despite the reports that have come out from observer missions, and attending his inauguration, when the SADC EOM report had clearly stated that the elections were not free and fair? Here, does our government, under the current rule of the African National Congress, take full responsibility for the perpetuating economic migrant crisis in South Africa due to the incumbent government's seemingly unconditional support for the ZANU-PF regime, which continues to deny Zimbabweans their democratic rights? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Powell. Thank you very much. Mbanza.
Thank you, Chair. I hope my network won't fail me. Chair, first of all, let me welcome the presentation by both the DM, Mashiko Dlamini, and Mr. Joubert, representing the department. Chair, you know, when we deal with issues of elections, there will always be different interpretations, different observations and conclusions. For an example, this issue of a harmonized, I might not be...
Sorry, Chairperson, Honorable Faber.
Yeah, just before that, I don't know whether is it your gadget or is your voice, Honorable Mpanza. You are fading away.
Yes.
Honorable Faber, what's the issue?
Yes, Chairperson, this is exactly what I wanted to address. Sorry for interrupting, Honorable Panza, but I can hardly hear him, and I've even got an earpiece in to see if that works, but he's definitely almost come closer to his speaker.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Thanks very much, Fiber. Honorable Fiber. Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know whether you'll be able to, your voice a little bit, to up it a bit or increase the volume on the gadget.
I've already done that, Chair.
Okay, proceed, Honorable Mpanza. Yeah.
It's still not okay.
No, we can hear you. Proceed.
No, thanks very much.
Also,
Chair.
just try on your side to raise your voice.
I have raised it on. It's on top of the mountain.
Okay, proceed.
Even the people I'm staying with, they are wondering what I'm shouting about. But Chair, let me try. Yeah, Chair, what I was saying is that there will be different interpretations, observations, and conclusions when there is an election in a particular country. And even amongst those parties that are contesting, because there will be a different interest from different stakeholders. So, Chair, even the issue of the harmonized election that Honorable Chetty has raised, maybe I might not be understanding English very well, but I understood it to be harmonized maybe in terms of the systems, the processes and everything, not on the basis or in the context of the outcome, that the outcome then yielded a harmonized. But I think it was based on what the system or the process that were followed in the elections, that it was a harmonized one. But Chair, also, I would request that as a committee, we don't put the horse or the wagon before the horse by wanting to preempt what would be the outcome of the discussion of the SADC on the report that will be tabled. In the extent that we would want the DM to respond on that one, because that process is not yet unfolded. So I would say let us hold our horses and then wait for that meetings to engage on the report by SADC, and then hear what is the views of South Africa in that meeting. But Chair, also, we could also not be tempted to cast aspersion on things that have happened in other countries, and even go to the extent of wanting to say the election or the current government or the one that emerged is legitimate or not, because the courts were also involved. There were presentations were made to the court to challenge the outcome, and those things were the court were dismissed them, the court of the land in Zimbabwe. So we must also be careful that we don't go to the extent of actually challenging the sovereignty of another country. Lastly, Chair, there will always be different views even amongst the observers themselves and different countries. For an example, the President of America, Joe Biden, has congratulated Zimbabwe and even say something, commended even the President, Mnangagwa, in his successful victory. So Chair, for me, let's just accept the report, and then what I'm happy about the report is that it also come up with the remedial suggestions or recourse to the parliament that is existed to address things that have happened during the elections prior and during the election, so that there will be no repeat of the same thing in the next election. So at least that is progressive. And I welcome the report, and will wait the outcome of the SADC and the outcome of that engagement. Thanks very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, Ndade Mbanza. Honorable Ngosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. My apologies for joining the meeting late. I think, Chair, the following. Let's start here and say that I welcome the report by the department on SEOM's observations. And my reading of the report, Chair, is that largely SEOM doesn't determine that the elections were unfair or otherwise. And I think that in terms of the report, the threshold required to declare elections grossly unfair has not been met. And that's my observation throughout. I don't think that the observations are not critical of both process and the impact of process on the outcome. They express overall in their observations that there may have been glitches, there may have been problems on voter turnout, on people being able to cast their votes, on biasness in some instances. But in the overall, does this meet the threshold to declare an election unfair and procedurally wrong? I don't think that is what SEOM is saying. Secondly, I think the definition of harmonized, although I think Honorable Chetty wants us to believe that it says the elections were held in harmony, it doesn't say so. Harmonized, I think in terms of what the report says, is a constitutional provision in Zimbabwe that speaks to the actual holding of the elections at various provinces, regions, districts, and whatever. That's why it's called harmonized. If you use our example, you may say that harmonized will imply that elections must be held on the same day for all spheres of government. That's my understanding. Thirdly, Chair, I think that we must commend the people of Zimbabwe who, for longest periods of time, are facing very serious problems in that country, which aptly put by Honorable Powell has reached economic collapse, and the impact of that on South Africa. That despite these difficulties, they were able to pull through and hold an elections when in other regions or other parts of the continent, if a country faces this type of enormities or economic, political, and otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold elections. So democratic principles are democratic principles, and they must be commended for that. Fourthly, Chair, I think in line with my third observation, it's clear that irrespective of the coordinated sanctions by the EU, by the US, and Britain in particular, Zimbabwe has been able to pull through very difficult circumstances. So the economic crisis, while it can be attributed to particularities of the Zimbabwean situation, should also be understood in the context of this internationalized economic boycott of this landlocked country. That despite this, the Zimbabweans were able to rally together and hold elections in the circumstances, demonstrate their resilience and their ability to rise above difficulties and adhere to democratic practices as enshrined in their own constitution. And I must say that in this regard, the call by South Africa and other stakeholders in the country to lift the sanctions and allow for economic development to proceed to take place in that country is important. Fifthly, Chair, I think the observation that the spillover on us as a country is going to be enormous cannot be aptly stated. It is true. We, in the past 15 years, have experienced the impact of the economic decline, not only of Zimbabwe, but also of other neighboring states where the economies are not perceived as performing as the South African economy is doing. And lastly, Chair, I think this issue about adding a day to elections, it's a non-starter. It happens in democracies throughout the world. In our first democratic elections, we extended the election day twice or thrice to enable people to cast their vote. So it's not something that can be said to impact grossly on the fairness or unfairness of elections. And I welcome the report. I endorse Honorable Mpanza's view that we should allow the SEOM to report to its organ and allow the organ to take decisions. How the attitude of our country is towards the report and how it is, I don't think there's going to be voting on this issue. How it is going to reflect on these elections plays an important role. And if you look at how we have always insisted that in terms of our relations with Zimbabwe and resolving problems in that country, that dialogue are central to resolving those problems. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Honorable Faber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, I'm listening to all of this, but, you know, we can just look at it. It's been all in the news. Foreign monitors said, and I quote, that the elections had failed to meet regional and international standards. The head of the European Union's Observers Mission said that the vote took place in a climate of fear. The South African Regional Bloc SADC mission noted, and the issues like including the voter delays, issues with the voter rolls, bans on opposition rallies, and based on the state media coverage by ZANU-PF. Chairperson, now all of these, you know, I usually say, if everyone is saying one thing and only I say something else, then most probably I'm the one that's wrong and not the other people. So, Chairperson, my problem is if we say we must learn out of this and go forward, Chairperson, that means in our elections, the same things can happen. And it can be the same. And in other countries' elections, the same. So we can't every time say, yes, we must just learn out of this and go forward. Chairperson, if it was not free and fair, it's not free and fair. And I stick by that. And let's wait for court outcomes. Thanks, Chair.
The same AU author. I'm out of order, sorry.
Thank you very much, Honorable Faber. It looks like we doesn't have any other speaker now. Department, DM, over to you. Oh, just before you come in, DM. DM?
Yes, Chair.
I'm just saying, just before you come in.
Okay.
Honorable members, it's important for us to, because none of us is saying that, it's important for us to move from the premise that all elections nationwide and internationally, it's important to recognize the fact that these are states which are sovereign. So South Africa shouldn't think that even if there are genuine issues that may have accompanied elections in Zimbabwe and other areas, that we can dictate the terms to another sovereign state. In international relations, it's important to move from that premise as a point of departure. That doesn't mean that as part of our relations with other countries in the world, we shouldn't raise concerns that relates to elections, how they are run, and so on. South Africa, for instance, when there were problems in the US, when results could not be released on time, I think it was a contest between Bill Clinton and Bush. South Africa did raise its concerns, but it at the same time respected the sovereignty and processes of law within the United States of America. So in the same vein, we must also respect the fact that there are laws in Zimbabwe and there are courts. Chamisa, for instance, mooted an idea of going to court and abandoned that idea of going to court and opted for a diplomatic engagement. SADC, the AU, the role that South Africa will play there. I don't want to raise other issues of politics. I'm just saying we must always bear that in mind, sovereignty, and the fact that every state has got its own laws that govern it. We can raise concerns in a way that enhances the relations we have with our neighbors and other countries of the world. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will allow officials to come first, if there's anything that they wanted to respond to.
Thanks, Deputy Minister, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members. Two questions I've noted harmonized elections, as Honorable Member Nkosi said, talks to the holding of the presidential, legislative, and local government elections at the same time. Secondly, in terms of how the report will be processed, Chair of the Observer Mission will present the final report to the chair of the organ, who will submit the report to the government of Zimbabwe as well and to other stakeholders. Thereafter, the SADC Advisory Council will engage with the member state regarding the implementations of the recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, as other colleagues have just indicated that Zimbabwe is a sovereign state, and therefore, if the Election Commission of Zimbabwe announce the winner of the election, therefore, as South Africa and as government, we have to congratulate, because that is their system, that is the system of Zimbabwe, that is the Electoral Commission of Zimbabwe. So they have announced, so there's nothing that we can do. We can't stop them not to announce. So they have announced. The president has congratulated the winning president and also attended the inauguration, because it was procedural that the Zimbabwe, as per their own country, they had to arrange for inauguration. So no, we have just taken and participated in that score, Honorable Powell. Honorable Powell, Honorable Faber, you just said the election are not free and fair, but my take here as a South African is that we are here, we were observing, and we have learned there are issues that when there's election in South Africa, we can contribute and also correct some of the things that we have observed in Zimbabwe. So it's a lesson. Observing election of any other country is not ready to demise the legislation and the constitution of those countries, but is to learn and do better in your own country. So we have a very good lessons that we have learned there as South Africa. So these are the things that we are taking home. Well, the issue of whether we're going to vote for the report is not yet presented to SADC, so we can't preempt that. And the issue that we are engaging, are we as South Africa engaging the two leaders for them to come up with the government of national unity? I wanted to say that if there's any action around that, we'll report back to you. But up to now, you're quite aware that there was engagement even previously by Honorable former President Mbeki for the government of national unity at that time. So I'm not very sure whether there's any engagement now, but if there's any, we can give you a report. But up to so far now, there's no engagement that I'm aware of. So that's our response, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Is there any? I see the hands here. It's Honorable Powell, Honorable Chair, General Nkosi.
Thanks, Chair. These are non-answers, but nevertheless, there is one question that I did ask that hasn't been answered. And one of the other members touched on it as well, and that is with regards to the implications of the Zimbabwean crisis on the South African economy. And the question that I asked was whether or not government is willing to take any responsibility for perpetuating the Zimbabwean economic migrant crisis in South Africa due to their unconditional support for the incumbent ZANU-PF regime, which, according to numerous international observer mission reports, as well as international organizations like Human Rights Watch, continues to deny Zimbabweans their democratic rights. That is a question to the Deputy Minister. And then I must just say that one of the members had misled the committee in stating that the President of the United States of America had sent congratulations to the Zimbabwean president. There was a fake letter of congratulations that was circulated, and the US State Department put out a correction statement, in fact, condemning the process of the elections in Zimbabwe and highlighting their concerns regarding electoral irregularities. So the US did not, in fact, congratulate the presidency as stated by one of the members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Powell. Honorable Chetty.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My hand was up prior to you allowing the Deputy Minister to speak. I was going to raise the very same concern that the Honorable Powell raised around the fake letter of congratulations, because it's all over social media. It was fake, but I'm covered by head. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable, is it Mpanza or Nkosi? Nkosi?
No, Chair, I think it's a legacy end, but yeah, I just think that perhaps in the absence of or away from elections, it should be possible for the department to engage us on SADC, regional integration, problems of economic development, of reconstruction, and democracy, the state of democracy in SADC, so that we engage broadly on these issues, because currently we're just being anecdotal and selecting things that may be relevant to particular processes and not being thorough and rigorous in our assessment of the region. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Mpanza.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I did not mislead anyone. I just said what I saw, whether it was fake during that time or not. But thanks for those who are advancing, following, and verifying things that they've seen it. But I just said what I saw. So I was not misleading anyone. Thank you, Chair.
No, you're protected, remember. You're protected. We look after you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable.
I don't need your protection. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable members. I think this was a good discussion. Outside the elections, Honorable members, I think we must just bear in mind that there is no way developments in the neighboring states, including Zimbabwe, will not impact on South Africa somehow. Not only because colonialism divided our people, and for instance, the manner in which there was demarcation done by the colonialists when they were sharing the African continent, divided communities, tribal groups, and so on. Our economies are also integrated. So, when it comes to Zimbabwe, for instance, if you look at, I'll just take one variable, the crop estimates, production of crop. Zimbabwe is improving even more than South Africa in as far as crop production is concerned. So when we speak about a collapsed economy in one of the neighboring states, we also make an example of Zimbabwe. Objectively, as South Africa, we should be able to say, yes, there are serious challenges in Zimbabwe around the economy, but there are elements that shows that some variables within the economy of that country are turning the corner. And I'm just giving one example of crop production for 2023-24, which are estimated to be at 1.5 million metric tons, which according to experts represents an increase of 5% from the previous marketing year's crop. This means that Zimbabweans on their own, there's something right that they may do, they are doing to deal with challenges of food security. The critical question for South Africa is how do we maximize, in the context of SADC and our neighbors such as Zimbabwe, this opportunity that is growing in Zimbabwe, for us to have food security in the SADC, contribute to food security in the African continent, and increase the capacity of the region to go into the export market in as far as grain is concerned. Secondly, one of the countries in SADC which is embedded with precious minerals, in this instance, I will make an example with lithium. Now, we all know what lithium currently in modern economies is being used for and what is going to be used for and why the demand for lithium is increasing. You'll find lithium in Zimbabwe, in Mozambique. So as South Africa, in addition to us raising concerns about other matters, elections and so on, I just think it will be important to also look at those variables. How do we make sure that the production of minerals such as lithium in our neighboring states, Zimbabwe and Mozambique, can be used such that there's economics of scale for the entire region. So when we look at the situation we face, we must look at the entire picture and not just look at some other isolated events. I'm not saying we shouldn't raise issues about those isolated events, but we must also look at the bigger picture. So I agree with what Honorable Nkosi is suggesting, Honorable Deputy Minister, that maybe at some point we must just make time to discuss neighboring states, in particular Zimbabwe, in totality. We must discuss the totality of the situation so that we are able to say to the people of South Africa, the people of Zimbabwe, what is the rationale of some of the things that we see developing in Zimbabwe. Any other concluding remarks, dear, on this aspect?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, Honorable Powen, the crisis in Zimbabwe is not really created by the election. It is created by the sanctions against Zimbabwe, which has been passed by the EU, the United States, and the UK. So now we can't really, when we discuss election, then we said this election has posed the crisis in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is already in crisis in terms of their economy, their job creation, and the rest of the issues, just because of the sanction that they have. I just wanted just to just correct you there, and it's not elections that has created the crisis. Thank you very much.
Just before you go, dear, what is the actual stance of the US on the elections of Zimbabwe?
Well, the US has been
the official stance, not the president of the US, the state of United.
Well, the United States of America has got an issue of really started long ago for really punishing Zimbabwe for not being democratic, for not doing things democratically, human rights and all that. So, but this one that we are still on top of Zimbabwe is the one that has been passed in the EU and which has been sponsored by United States of America and the UK. So now economically it is killing Zimbabwe ever since that time up to today. They have amended that in 2018, but it is still in force. So these are the cause of the crisis in Zimbabwe.
Okay. Thank you very much for that response, DM. Yeah, we must keep on monitoring developments. Let's now go to BRICS. Presenter. So, okay, sorry, Honorable Powell, I didn't see your hand. Sorry, over to you.
Will you allow me a question of clarity, please?
Yes, proceed, Honorable Powell.
Chairperson, the Deputy Minister has just made some very serious remarks. I could go as far as to say some very serious allegations. Is the Deputy Minister certain of her statement that the economic crisis in Zimbabwe is not as a result of the political situation in that country, but rather is as a direct result of the actions taken by Western democracies, such as the United States, the EU, and the UK? I think it's dangerous, especially in the context of our government's commitment to non-alignment, for a deputy minister to draw such a pointed, sharp sword at some of our biggest trading partners. Can the deputy minister please just clarify for us that she indeed stands by the comments that she has just made and what those mean in the context of our current foreign policy position? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Powell. DM?
Chairperson, well, Honorable Powell should not really be making himself a legal person here against the sanction of Zimbabwe. He's aware that Zimbabwe has got sanctions and that's it, it's period. So it's something that is not a secret. Thank you very much.
Okay. Is this an earlier hand, Honorable Powell?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. BRICS,
Yes,
can you proceed?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I just want to add to what the DM said. I understood the DM to say over and above number of factors that might be contributing there. One of them is the sanctions. He was not saying sanctions are the only ones. That's how I understood it. Thanks very much, Chair.
All right. Okay, presenter on BRICS, can you proceed? I'm sure you can scroll up and down now.
There we go. Chair, am I audible to everyone, Honourable Chair and Deputy
Yes,
Minister?
you're audible, yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'm proceeding with the presentation on the outcomes of the 15th BRICS Summit held in Johannesburg, 22 to 24 August of this year. Just an overview again, in terms of the summit held in the Stanton Convention Center under the theme BRICS in Africa, a partnership for mutually accelerated growth, sustainable development and inclusive multilateralism. The summit was attended in person by the leaders of Brazil, India, China and South Africa. and by mutual agreement, the President of the Russian Federation participated virtually in all the BRICS meetings. It was the first BRICS Summit to be hosted post the COVID-19 pandemic. So it was the first one to be held in person. Then in terms of the overview of the BRICS Summit, those events took place. The Sherpa and Sous-Sherpa meeting, where we negotiated the outcomes of the Johannesburg II declaration, the Business Forum Leaders Dialogue that was held in the afternoon of 22 August, then the BRICS Leaders Retreat in the evening of the 22nd of August, the 15th Summit, BRICS Summit plenary meetings on the 23rd of August, the gala dinner and cultural events on the 23rd August in the evening, then the announcement on BRICS membership expansion in the morning of 24th August, followed by the BRICS Africa outreach and the BRICS Plus dialogues on the 24th of August, the last day of summit. The fourth Sherpa meeting, if we could start there briefly, from 17 to 21, negotiated the Johannesburg II declaration, as well as the final text on the BRICS expansion issues. The Sherpa meeting was held in preparation of the 15th BRICS Summit and was focused on finalizing those documents, as I have mentioned. Consensus was eventually reached on the declaration, and BRICS membership expansion. The leaders agreed to the negotiated document and then also announced on the new full members of BRICS. Briefly, the Business Forum of the 22nd, that was a comprehensive, there were comprehensive program of events, if I could call it that, that was organized by Department of Trade, Industry and Competition and the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. This program included the inward buying and investment missions, as well as a BRICS trade fair showcasing products, services from companies and institutions from South Africa, the rest of Africa in those fields of agriculture, agro-processing, manufacturing, automotive, pharmaceuticals, energy, and energy infrastructure. The outcomes of the BRICS Business Forum, there were memoranda signed during these events. The Memorandum of Understanding with the China-Africa Development Fund to enhance industrial development cooperation between South Africa and China in areas including medical devices, green economy, raw materials, electric vehicles, and hydrogen. Bilateral agreements to facilitate funding for investment and industrial development were signed at the BRICS Manufacturing Forum that took place on 21 August. And the BRICS Women's Business Alliance held the BRICS Africa Women's Business Alliance conference, trade conference in Durban, 20 to 21 August. During the conference, it was reported that South African women-led businesses signed 11 agreements to the value of approximately 48 billion South African rands with their BRICS partners. In terms of the business forum, to continue on that, the business events culminated in the BRICS Business Forum of 22nd August, which brought together 1,500 businesses and business and government leaders from South Africa, from the BRICS countries, and from Africa. The BRICS Business Forum program was held under the theme Making Accelerated Growth and Sustainable Development a Reality. The program focused on unlocking trade and investment opportunities in BRICS markets, the just energy transition and greening of the economy in emerging markets, sustainable development in agriculture across BRICS markets, market access for small and medium businesses, as well as maximizing benefits that could be derived from the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. BRICS leaders retreat in the evening of the 22nd was held at Summer Place, Hyde Park. This event is typical of South African chairship of BRICS, and leaders had a frank and robust discussion on membership expansion, as well as the issue of local currencies and UN Security Council reform. Outcomes of this retreat was that leaders supported a comprehensive reform of the United Nations, including its Security Council, and the Johannesburg II Declaration captures discussions with stronger language on Security Council reform that supports increasing representation from developing countries, especially for Africa, Asia, and Latin America in all the Council's memberships. Also, in terms of the outcomes of the retreat, leaders discussed the state of global financial payment systems. BRICS cooperation on payment instruments must facilitate trade and investment flows. The use of local currency in international trade and financial transactions was encouraged between BRICS and their trading partners. BRICS is ready to explore opportunities for improving the stability, reliability, and the fairness of global financial architecture. And leaders tasked the BRICS finance minister or central bank governors as appropriate to consider the language, the issue of local currencies, payment instruments, and platforms, and report back the next BRICS Summit. That was in paragraph 45 of the Johannesburg II Declaration. The summit plenary meetings on the 23rd of August, where leaders reflected on the following topics: the full potential for inclusive global economic recovery and sustainable development, strengthening mutually beneficial partnerships with Africa and the global South in a multipolar world, a deepening and strengthening progressive multilateral and delivering meaningful global governance reforms, inclusive of everyone, and addressing the marginalization of women in peace processes. Those issues are in line with the theme that South Africa took in the 2023 chairship of BRICS. In terms of reports during the plenary meeting, the chair of the BRICS National Security Advisors, that is our minister, reported on BRICS National Security Advisors meeting, which focused on cooperation at BRICS related to counterterrorism, transnational crimes, and cybersecurity. The president of the New Development Bank, the former president of Brazil, Dilma Rousseff, she presented on the bank's general strategy until 2026. And the chair of the BRICS Business Council reported on the upward trajectory of growth in trade volumes and investments among BRICS countries, whilst recognizing tariff barriers, non-tariff measures, and regulatory complexities that continue to limit the full potential of intra-BRICS trade and investment. Also, during the plenary, the chair of the BRICS Women's Business Alliance reported on the advancement of women's economic empowerment through the principles of export-oriented and investment-led economic growth, with micro, small, and medium enterprises taking a central role for women enterprises in those in those businesses. In terms of BRICS expansion, which was a major outcome of the summit, the current geopolitical context has driven renewed interest in BRICS membership as countries of the global South look for alternatives in a multipolar world. Leaders appreciated the interest that was shown by countries of the Global South in membership of BRICS, and in line with the mandate of paragraph 73 of last year's Beijing Summit declaration, consensus was reached on the guiding principles, the standards, criteria, and procedures of the BRICS expansion process. Leaders decided to invite those 6 countries to join BRICS from the 1st of January 2024. Basically, that is Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, to become full members by the start of next year. Further, in terms of expansion, South Africa particularly welcomes the inclusion of 2 African countries as potential new members, as a significant step towards increasing African representation in BRICS. BRICS values the interest of all the other countries in building a partnership with BRICS, and all options will be explored to deepen and broaden the BRICS partnership with countries of the Global South. In this regard, the leaders tasked BRICS foreign ministers to further develop the BRICS partner country model and provide a list of prospective partner countries that should be reported to the next to leaders in the next BRICS Summit. In this regard, foreign ministers are meeting in New York today to discuss these issues. Then the BRICS Africa outreach. Our president invited 67 leaders from BRICS Africa and the Global South to the BRICS Africa outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue on the 23rd of August. He also invited, our honorable president also invited 17 heads of international and regional organizations and financial institutions of the Global South, 31 heads of state and government, and 31 delegated country representatives joined the BRICS leaders for the BRICS outreach and plus dialogue on 24 August. 8 heads and 4 delegated representatives of international and regional organizations and financial institutions of the Global South also attended. Those included the SG of the United Nations, the President of the New Development Bank, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In terms of the outreach and BRICS Plus dialogue, just to continue, the leaders reflected on strengthening the mutually beneficial BRICS Africa partnership for growth, development, peace, and inclusive multilateralism, as well as building mutually beneficial partnerships between BRICS and the Global South. Leaders also called for increased representation of Africa and the Global South in governance, in institutions and structures of the world. They supported multilateralism with the United Nations and international law at its center, stating that the rules of a rules-based system must focus on and advance the interests of Africa and of the Global South. The Secretary General of the United Nations also welcomed a multipolar world, and he aligned with the BRICS call for strengthened and reformed multilateral architecture based on the UN Charter and international law that reflects the realities of today's powers and economic realities. Lastly, the leaders also reflected on strengthening a mutually beneficial BRICS Africa partnership for growth, development and peace, and inclusive multilateralism. The president of the New Development Bank noted that the bank's priorities are aligned with the African Union's Agenda 2063. She also called for a new financial architecture to channel the resources needed by Africa and the Global South for infrastructure and sustainable development. At the end of the day, the Johannesburg II Declaration was adopted, which reflected key BRICS messages on matters of global economic, financial, and political importance. The comprehensive nature of this declaration of 94 paragraphs demonstrates the shared values and common interests that underlie BRICS mutually beneficial cooperation. Chair, please allow me to end there and thank you for the opportunity to present on this matter.
Thank you very much, sir. Any amplification, DM? If you want to add something?
Nothing to add, Chair. Sorry.
Okay, honorable members, we will now take hands.
Yeah.
Okay. We only have 1, 2 speakers, and then we will leave it there. It's Honorable Powell, followed by Honorable Nkosi, or as a third hand, Honorable Chetty will be the last hand, and then we will give the department the opportunity to respond, and then we'll leave it there.
Thanks, Chairperson. Okay, I've got quite a lot to say and quite a lot to ask. It's 20 to 12. I hope you'll indulge me. I'd first like to understand from the organizers why it was that members of the Portfolio Committee on Trade, the DTI Portfolio Committee, were invited to attend the BRICS forum, but members of the DIRCO Committee were not invited. And then I also, just in terms of the presentation, there is, in the content report, there is a sentence that says that the Africa Regional Center is playing a critical role in providing project preparation for infrastructure. I'd like to just get some more details on the metrics that substantiate this statement in terms of what project preparation for which infrastructure projects is being provided by the ARC. Then there was also a statement in the report that says that efforts are being made to harmonize the policies that are adopted in regional and international fora with those being pursued via BRICS. What policies are being harmonized? And then I'd like to just go to the heart of the matter, which is the fact that it seems that in the absence of a single trade agreement or any real outcomes with relation to economic relationships that are being pursued via this multilateral forum, that President Cyril Ramaphosa's reference during the summit to building a shared vision for a better world via BRICS is unclear. It's unclear what shared vision is being pursued. And it seems to us, on the basis of available information, that the narrative and the messaging around this is now marking a dangerous shift away from South Africa's long-standing commitment to rather leveraging its global influence as it once did to promoting constitutional values such as human rights, democracy, tolerance, justice, freedom. So currently only 3 of BRICS' 5 member states are considered free democracies, South Africa, India, and Brazil. And then the addition of 2 new member states, specifically Iran and Saudi Arabia, we're concerned that this may now tip the scales of BRICS in favor of a more liberal, oppressive, and autocratic approach to foreign relations and trade. And we don't believe that this is a world in which South Africa, as a liberal constitutional democracy, has a place. And to date, Chairperson, the ANC-led government has been unable to shed light on the specific evaluation criteria that guided our country's support for new members. And of course, this in the context of the jarring misalignment between our support for constitutional values and now the South Africa's professed support for the additional membership of these nations into BRICS, who've got very questionable human rights records. And I think that this signals a potentially troubling deviation from the principles that have to date guided our foreign policy. And it's unclear in the context of the president's comments what common vision South Africa could possibly share with nations that fundamentally oppose the values that we hold sacred. And I think that if we look, for example, at the treatment of women in countries like Iran and Saudi Arabia, this represents an affront to South Africa's commitment to things like human rights and gender equality. And these countries have incurred global condemnation for their disregard of women's most basic freedoms, as well as other political and economic rights. Again, the fact that Iran continues to provide military aid to Russia raises questions for us around the motives behind its admission to BRICS and how it and on what basis South Africa supported this admission, because there is a suggestion here of the strong influence of Russian interests in this admission. And then furthermore, by acceding to a decision that seemingly only benefits one member state, the question is then raised as to whether BRICS is truly a multilateral vehicle for global governance, or rather it's becoming you could say, a hobby horse for a band of international outliers. Our belief is that South Africa's true allies lie in nations that share our constitutional values and not those that seek to destroy them. Then I'd like to move to trade, Chairperson. Given the absence of a single BRICS trade agreement, it's questionable, one could say even doubtful, whether or not South Africa stands to directly economically benefit from this ongoing alliance. Or conversely, whether South Africa's alignment within an expanding BRICS forum may in fact come to potentially jeopardize our relationships with our biggest trading partners, who are largely Western democracies. So, of course, despite the BRICS Development Bank, which is 1/10 of the capital financing of a Bretton Woods institution like the IMF, I think that it's poignant at this point for me to remind the committee of our current economic partnerships, because the information that was given to this committee in the Content Advisors report regarding our current trade partnerships was based on an outdated 2011 white paper on foreign policy, and things have changed quite significantly. So in terms of the latest figures available, it's not Asia that is our country's largest trading partner, rather it's the European Union. So if we look at things like foreign direct investment, the EU is the number one foreign direct investor. It accounts for 48.8% of the total FDI stocks into South Africa, and this is then followed by the UK at 28%, the US at 5.3%, and then China, in terms of FDI, only sits at 3.7%. It's not to say that it's not welcomed. Of course, it's welcomed, but Asia and Asian countries are certainly not our largest investors or trading partners. Then if we look at, for example, the companies that are currently invested in South Africa, we've got 1,055 EU companies active in South Africa. We've got 787 or so US companies, and then only 187 from China. The EU companies contribute 350,000 direct jobs and account for 22% of South Africa's total trade. Now, for example, if we look at China, they account for roughly 8%, and the US 14.5%. And then let's talk about things like AGOA, because these are the elephants in the room. 50 billion rand annually invested into South Africa via AGOA, about 62,000 direct jobs. So I think that we need, as a committee, to understand when we are told that this BRICS relationship and the forum is going to lead to increased trade, investment, etc., we need to understand what agreements have been reached that will materialize in terms of these undertakings. And then also from a political perspective, how the committee perceives the messaging that's coming out of BRICS, and whether or not there is agreement that the political messaging potentially poses a risk to South Africa's relationship with our biggest trading partners. Because when we start cozying up to countries that do not support basic democratic principles and values, I think that we need to have an honest conversation about the implications of that. Because at present, BRICS is not an economic grouping. It's a tenuous grouping at best. And then in terms of, for example, trade within the SADC region, we also need to look at our own economy and the implications. So, for example, we trade a lot within the SADC, but a lot of that so-called intra-SADC trade is South Africa sending goods to Mozambique that are then exported, largely raw materials like chrome ore. They are exported from South Africa to Mozambique and then directly to China because, for example, the Richards Bay Harbor is not functioning. So I think I'm finishing up. I understand that time is running out. I think that we need to have an honest...
I just wanted to check how many more minutes do you still need?
1 minute. I think that we need, as a committee, to have
I'm giving you 3.
Okay, thanks, Chair. We need to have a very honest conversation about whether or not the officials present and the Sherpas present are able to give us some robust and statistical facts that relate to South Africa's economic benefit that is derived via BRICS, and whether or not there is concern amongst committee members that the political messaging around things like de-dollarization may in fact be, in the medium and the long term, harmful to South Africa's economic interests and current trade relationships. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Power. The next speaker is Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I firstly welcome the input from the department. It's quite comprehensive and informative. My first issue really is on the form of the presentation, or if you say the look and feel. I think it's for the first time I see a deviation from the standard colors and emblems used by the department. What are the implications for this? Does it mean it creates an impression that there's no ownership by the department, that BRICS ZA is an independent thing? And I think my view would be that if there's a presentation of BRICS, it should follow what we have always followed in the format that, or what is it, the look and feel that all presentations follow. Yeah, I'm just saying that there should not be dissonance. Okay. Now, Chair, I think the overall, the following, firstly is that I think our participation in BRICS, particularly in our hosting the second BRICS Summit in this country, has been mired in what was not real. And in that way, we miss the opportunity as a country or as a committee to engage with the real substance of what BRICS is and what it means, and concentrated on whether President Putin was to come here or not. That concentration by this committee and the country denied us an opportunity to understand BRICS in its context comprehensively, how it works and what it means. The second point is that I view, for example, the existence of BRICS in the multilateral and multipolar space as overall an indication that countries that are developing can and should really challenge the monopoly and dominance of Western countries, and without apology, of Western countries in the economy, which is characterized by exploitation of minerals for beneficiation in the north and return those as finished products in the continent or in the south. Overall, BRICS membership in terms of population and therefore in terms of market far exceeds the European and American market combined. So if these economies are developed, diversified, dynamized, and focused on multi-areas of economic development within 10 to 30 years, they will not only surpass Western economies, but they will be the dominant economies of the world. Second, relating to that is the issue of what does this multipolar world mean? One, it means that we must renegotiate the rules of engagement with the developed North, where the dependency of the South on the North is renegotiated in terms of equality, of recognition of identities, but also in terms largely of economic sovereignty of these entities or sovereignties in the South. That the rules of engagement or the standards that are applied in multipolar world can not only originate from the North, and that a voice must be given to countries in the South, precisely because of the endowments in minerals that have the potential to propel their economies to greater heights. For a long time, the WTA, the Bretton Woods institutions, and associated interest-based organizations, economic and otherwise, have developed rules and applied these indiscriminately and without sensitivities to local economies. And the time has come in this multipolar setting to renegotiate those terms. This is the 21st century. We cannot carry the baggage of the 19th and the 21st century into this century. And I commend the founders of BRICS for being bold in stating that the determination of economic trajectories of the world cannot be done from the North only. Related to that is also the issue of our participation as a country individually. I think the choice to join BRICS, it's an exercise of sovereignty. It doesn't in any way imply that we are moving away from our non-alignment approach. It actually means in expressing that non-alignment, we are prepared to look at and explore avenues other than what seems to be an unsustainable dependence on the Western world and the developed North, who have in the past, Chair, demonstrated that they've got disregard or they've got scant regard for economic sovereignty of countries that they relate with. They impose unilateral tariffs, they impose unilateral rules that must be applied irrespective of whatever. If you don't comply, they sanction you. If you don't comply, they list you as terrorists. If you don't comply, they exclude you from their markets. And that is in the context of even AGOA itself. If you study AGOA, you will realize that in terms of impact, of course, you have jobs, you have products that penetrate the American system, but if you study it, it is very much skewed towards the United States itself. And in South Africa, in terms of impact, it supports only particular sections of capital, and that is, in our instance, white capital, largely based in in the Stellenbosch and wine producing sectors of our economy. Ask me about ownership in AGOA products that is diversified in terms of our population, it's zero. The related issue, Chair, is that I appreciate the fact that we relate with countries recognizing their sovereignty. And, if you want to tell us about, and I'm not responding particularly to Honorable Powell, if you want to tell us about the relationship between the world and Saudi Arabia, please be as open and as for lack of a better word, honest. The United States trades with Saudi Arabia in terms of arms and ammunition. It arms Saudi Arabia. It arms countries associated with Saudi Arabia for the destabilization of that of the Middle East. It trades in arms and gives preference to Saudi Arabian arms sales there mutually. So do they regard human rights records of Saudi Arabia in that trade? No, they don't, because they act in their own interest, national interest, which is security for the United States based on how they have a footprint in locations throughout the world to ostensibly prevent military development and strikes against themselves. They care less about the human rights records of Saudi Arabia. And I think that my experience of the BRICS Summit as a lived experience in this instance, I think I have seen a lot of interaction of SMMEs of diverse nature in the various forums that were set up, leading to, but also in the summit itself, where entrepreneurial young people had the opportunity to showcase their products, establish relationships with various companies coming from the various member countries, but also gained experience on how to establish startups, how to finance them, how to manage them, and how to open up markets at an international level. And for me, that was very much rewarding, and I commend the department and the South African government for opening up opportunities for these young people. Lastly, Chair, I would besides this limited presentation and on an ongoing basis, that we as a committee be briefed quite extensively on BRICS on an ongoing basis, simultaneously as we are briefed continuously by the department on our ability to attract FDIs from throughout the world, including the West. Thanks.
Honorable Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just an indulgence, Chair. Today it seems as if my colleagues are responding on behalf of the department in both the Zimbabwe and the BRICS presentation. And I'm saying it tongue-in-cheek, Chairperson, before they start to object. But I'm glad at least they seem to be having to have a rebuttal as if it's a debating team. I thought the presentations was for the presenters to have done the defending, but it's okay. Chair, I had 4 issues raised, but fortunately, I won't take much of your time because the Honorable Powell had covered me on it. The one on there was the AGOA and the impact it has. The other one, Chair, is the issue around the EU. And we just came from a visit abroad to Europe, and where we were made very well aware of the fact that our biggest trade partners is with the EU. So that just justifies the comments made by the Honorable Powell. Chair, the admission of countries with questionable human rights policies. That's a concern we've had, we've expressed it. And the last one, Chair, and I might just tend to spend a bit of time on this. is the portfolio committee not been invited to BRICS? Well, DTI was, which was raised by the Honorable Powell. I just want to find out, is the fact that Minister Patel is in charge of DTI, that his portfolio committee seems to have been superior to that of Minister Pando's, which is DERCO? I mean, the fact that we're having this presentation done before us today shows that there is a responsibility to us. And Chair, you'll know this morning you started off the meeting with SALGA, which falls under COCTA, but we still entertained it because we have a responsibility there. Now with BRICS, it falls under us as well. And like I said, that's why we're having the presentation here. And I'm concerned, Chairperson, whether this was an act of deliberacy on the part of either the minister or the department not to have some of our portfolio committee members feeling the fact that we might be voiceovers on our stance and the issue around the Russian and Ukraine war, or about those human rights violators who were being admitted as new members. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, Honorable Chetty. Ndadem Panza.
No, I'm covered so far.
Honorable Nkosi, your hand is up. Honorable Nkosi.
Apologies, sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I'll now hand over to the department.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll allow our officials to respond on issues that the honorable members have raised. First.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. My name is Clayson Monyela, acting for DG Dango, who is abroad at the moment. Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, I will start with the first question that was raised regarding the trade aspect and the benefits to South Africa of our membership of BRICS flowing from the recent summit that we held. And the honorable member was asking if there are any stats and figures that we could speak to on this question. Just to say, Honorable Chair, that the BRICS countries have adopted a strategy for BRICS economic partnership. And this is meant to increase access to each other's markets, to promote mutual trade and investment, and to create a business-friendly environment for investors in all the BRICS countries. For South Africa, an important part of the strategy is to diversify trade so that more manufactured goods rather than raw materials or commodities are traded. If you look at the figures, Chair, South Africa's exported strong growth. Now, since 2016, annually, on average, this has grown at about 7.2%, from 2016 to 22, reaching 17.6 billion trade volumes in US dollars. And the biggest contributor to this was exports to China. In last year, 2022, about 21.2% of South Africa's total growth, rather trade, exports and imports with the rest of the world took place in the BRICS countries. As I said, 67.4% of this was with China, 26.8% with India, 41% with Brazil, and a very small percentage, 1.6%, with Russia. Now, the other element of this is tourism, which is a big revenue generator for our fiscus, as Honorable Chair members would know. Between 2021 and 2022, tourist arrivals from the BRICS countries showed a marked increase. From Brazil, we received 174.5%. This is an increase from 2021 and 2022. From Russia, an increase of 52.8%. India, 214%, big jump. and of course from China, 85% increase. An important factor when you talk about trade within the BRICS formation would be a reminder that these 5 countries, of course, the bank has agreed to include new members, is that these countries own a bank, the BRICS New Development Bank. By the way, the decision to establish the bank was taken in South Africa in 2013 when we hosted the first BRICS Summit. The bank, as Honorable Chair would recall, was established in 2015, the decision taken in 2013, as I said. South Africa is a beneficiary of 12 projects financed by the bank that we co-own to the value of $5.4 billion US. 5 of the projects that I'm talking about are supporting our energy sector. Of course, we all aware of the crisis we're currently having with energy related issues. And 3 of these projects are funding renewable energy projects to the value of 13 billion rand. Perhaps another addition to this conversation would be, alongside the engagements between governments, there's ongoing engagements between the BRICS Business Council members and now the newly established BRICS Women and Business Alliance. These ties are having conversations in areas such as agribusiness, aviation, financial services, energy, manufacturing, and infrastructure. So the collaboration between and amongst the BRICS members covers all the sectors of the economy, and therefore we are intentional as BRICS members with regards to increasing trade amongst ourselves. I dare say, Honorable Chair, that this BRICS Summit that we just hosted was by far the biggest summit to date hosted by the BRICS formation. If you consider the number of the heads of states that were in attendance, including the United Nations Secretary General, but also if you look at the outcomes, the decision to expand is very historic and has completely reconfigured the geopolitical landscape. And this decision was taken in South Africa under our chairship. The last question I will deal with, I'll attempt to, and my colleagues will add, is the question around the participation or invitation for the International Relations Portfolio Committee of Parliament. So in the summit itself, the program is such that it's government delegations that meet at summit level. It's the 5 leaders, of course, preceded by the foreign ministers of the BRICS countries, that preceded by the BRICS Sherpas. It's the 5. DTIC would have been able to invite the Portfolio Committee for Trade to the BRICS Business Forum under the BRICS Business Council, which took place at the Gallagher Estate, not even at the Sandton Convention Center itself. So you could say it's a side meeting, part of the summit, but not at the summit venue itself, and not necessarily where government delegations are participating. So perhaps the issue would be going forward, we should look at the side meetings that take place, including the business forum itself under the BRICS Business Council, to invite key stakeholders like the portfolio committees, which I think the team responsible for organizing summits would certainly take on board. I thought I should just say that, and my colleagues can add. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues.
Yes, Chair, I think we are done, but just really to apologize for the format of the presentation. We have presented on the BRICS logo as we were sharing the BRICS. We were supposed to be putting on our normal format of presentation on the Africa and the presentation therefore. So we really apologize. will correct that.
Thank you very much, dear. There's a matter which was raised by Honorable Powell relating to our biggest trading partners who may be looking at the situation of BRICS expansion in a particular way. I appreciate the response given by Dr. Munyela on the increase of tourism from among the BRICS countries and therefore the economy reciprocally and so on. I think at some point, dear, it may be important to just discuss with the portfolio committee what are the political and economic implications for South Africa and Africa in as far as the BRICS arrangement is concerned, in relation to, for instance, some of our historical biggest trading partners. I will urge that we have that discussion one day. You would know, DM, that my point of departure is the preamble of the Constitution, which says that we must deal with injustice of the past. Those injustices include the economy, in my view. You will also know, DM, that the biggest beneficiaries from our biggest trading partners, which is good for the economy of South Africa. Good as it is, it doesn't benefit Black people in percentage terms. Where I come from as a Black person, we derive no direct benefits from this biggest trading partner. So one of the things we have to look at is whether BRICS itself, can it as a new phenomenon in the economy, can it ameliorate that reality for Black people in comparison to our biggest trading partners for the last 30 years that we have been trading with them? Whether we as Black people, we have benefited. South Africa has benefited, is continuing to benefit as a country. But as Black people, if we are just to move out and walk to Khayelitsha and say to them, there's the biggest trading partners and so on, and just take Khayelitsha and say, how are you benefiting as Black people? There's going to be a disaster. But at the macro level, when we look at the economic dynamics, macro level, South Africa, it looks very good and impressive and so on. So I'll urge the department that at some point, please, before we go for Christmas, we'll schedule a discussion. I wish that we must invite as many South Africans as possible to join in that discussion, because I want us in that discussion, DM, to include AGOA. This AGOA that we say must be defended by all means possible and so on, in relation to just a simple sentence in the preamble of the Constitution. How has AGOA assisted us in practical terms to deal with injustices of the past? And other platforms that are there global. So Honorable Powell is right that we need to deal with all matters, including how we relate amongst the BRICS countries, not out of context with other trading partners for South Africa, which are the biggest and the smallest trading partners. She's right. I agree with her, but I'm saying we must take it as a step further for our own circumstances as a country. I'm talking as a Black person. I'm not talking now as a member of parliament. I'm talking as a Black person who on a daily basis I'm with Black people. And we know what we are going through. because of the skewed economic situation of this country in racial terms. There are so many problems. I mean, whether Black people, it's medical aid, whether it's insurance, whether it's banking, whether it's, they're just, so if you can go into, you bring the farmers together and Black farmers, and you just ask them about basic things, fertilizers, insurance for their crop, access to land, basic legal, economic advice, access to finance, and so on and so on. You will see that we haven't made much progress actually since 1994. As far as Blacks are concerned, I'm not talking as South Africa, I'm talking as Black person. So I will suggest that at some point we discuss that, because South Africa now going into another decade of freedom, the fourth decade. We will have to approach things differently and not do this status quo loyalty that we have been doing for the last 3 decades. Because in my view, what we have been doing for the last decade was basically to take care of the inherited status quo and developing policies and legislation that doesn't upset the economic status quo in racial terms, whilst we are building South Africa that belongs to everybody. So please, DM, I will plead with you that at some point, let's have this discussion. Otherwise, we had a very good discussion. I think it's very interesting. Members, I must just confirm, I wrote not less than 2 letters to Minister Pando about the committee having to be accommodated in the BRICS Summit, which took place. And yeah, we got responses in the ultimate end, even the invite of the chair and Honorable Manza came from we got an invite from the office of the president. They just said they are inviting us as members of parliament, not even as members of this portfolio committee, as members of parliament responsible for international relations. So it will be useful, DM, that going forward in future, we must accommodate the committee in its entirety. From our planning perspective, let's try and accommodate. I know that there is now this one has got nothing to do with UTM. It's now Parliament, the Parliament BRICS thing. It looks like we're going to face.
Chair, it's the Parliamentary Forum, BRICS Parliamentary Forum that is
coming
up next
week. The Parliament BRICS Forum, which is coming end of the month. It looks like there's going to be the same thing. So we will have to, as a committee, deal with this matter also from the side of the institution as Parliament, so that the committee can attend in its entirety some of these activities. Otherwise, DM and your team, thank you very much for coming to the committee. The things.
My hand is up.
So I can't see. Yeah. Okay, I was not switching on to the participants. Okay, I see 2 hands, Honorable Powell and Honorable Mbaza.
Just a quick follow-up, because there are 2 questions of mine that haven't been answered. I asked, in terms of the presentation, the Africa Regional Center, the ARC, it's noted that the ARC are playing a catalytic role in providing project preparation for infrastructure. I asked for specifics on how this is being done. And then secondly, a statement is made in the presentation that there are efforts being made to harmonize policies adopted in regional and international fora with those being pursued in BRICS. I asked for clarity around what those policies are. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, yeah, you are right. You did raise that matter. Anampanza?
Thank you, Chair. I wouldn't want to speak after you.
No, you can speak. There's no problem.
Yes. One, I wanted to apologize on behalf of Honorable Chetty, who said we are responding as a department that he must not be a referee and a player. He must just be a player, like we are players. Chair, on a serious note, the Honorable Powell also raised the issue that the figures that were presented by the content advisor in relation to the trade figures between the historically trading partners were outdated as far as the 2011. I would like, Chair, the department to give us, I don't know whether in the meeting that we are proposing, to give us an updated figures, even if that could be done by the content advisor. It's fine, so that we will compare what she presented as an outdated and what is now updated, because we wouldn't want to rely on outdated figures, but to rely on the updated figures. So that would be my request, Chair.
All right, Honorable members, DM.
I can come in.
Well, Mr. Joubert, are you coming in?
Yes, Madam, I'm coming in. Thank you, DM.
Okay.
Just to say thank you to all the honourable members for the questions and the issues raised. As you know, BRICS is about the future and perhaps not about how things stand at the moment in terms of our biggest trading partners. If we look at the tendencies in terms of trade and investment into South Africa, you might perhaps have a better appreciation for the focus on BRICS at the moment. Perhaps also to say that we are not certainly, as per our minister's words, creating a narrative that is anti-West or even de-dollarization, because those matters are not part of our narrative. Certainly, own currencies are for us important, and we do believe that just like the European Union did in the late 90s to create their own currency or create a prominence for their own market, nobody at that stage spoke about the anti-Western or a de-dollarization of the European Union as a bloc. Briefly, in terms of the ARC or the regional center of the new development bank, indeed, that bank is owned by us as leaders and as members of the BRICS, and we know that it is small at the moment, but there we can speak to. But there we can speak to our own colleagues in the bank, and as such, the capital we secure there certainly comes with not with the same what can I call them, conditions as we would have in typical Bretton Woods institutions like the IMF and World Bank. Having said that, so I think the project, if I may answer Honourable Powell, I think the project specifically that we have in mind when we talk about these things would be the agreement that was signed for the next phase of the Lesotho Highlands water project at about $3 billion that will provide infrastructure and new construction for providing water to South Africa. So certainly a direct benefit. And in terms of the bank's activities, one of the first ones that they are undertaking outside of a BRICS member state. In terms of policy harmonization, I think the main issues here at stake would be how we harmonize our positions in terms of multilateral reform and strengthening of the multilateral system of the world. Indeed, BRICS is not creating a different system. We are supporting a multilateral system that would be inclusive of everyone and reflecting the geopolitical realities 78 years after the UN has been established and its institutions have been established. So one example could perhaps be how we reform and how we want to strengthen the multilateral system. But on a micro level, one of the policy harmonizations that we've seen as BRICS was perhaps the waiver that we specifically between South Africa and India pushed also in the BRICS context to get a waiver for the vaccine production with the World Trade Organization. So those are perhaps some of the examples we can mention in terms of policy harmonization. Just very briefly to say, as per Honorable Mpanza and Nkosi's recommendations, indeed, we need a more often and regular interaction with our honorable members of this committee to discuss all the matters that relate to BRICS. It is a very important bloc. It represents a significant part of the world's GDP and population. And if we just look at demographic projections going forward in the next few decades, 80% of the world's population will be either African or Asian. So I do believe that BRICS is one of the formations that could certainly allow us to diversify into our strategic alliances in the world and not be dependent on perhaps singular trade arrangements like the AGOA. I think we all agree that part of what we should do for South Africa is to diversify our trade relations and to have a system in place that is truly hedging us against all scenarios that could negatively impact on South Africa and its people. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes, Deputy Minister, you can proceed.
No, we are done.
Why?
We're done, Chair.
Oh, okay. It has been brought to our attention that one of the things we will have to attend to, it is the white paper. The white paper which spoke about the Ubuntu diplomacy, which gives a context of South Africa's foreign policy approach. So it may be useful at some point, both as the statement and the committee, to go back to that white paper, because among other things, it does describe the EU as South Africa's largest trading partner, that white paper. One thing which I think has to be made clear to all and sundry, whether they are on the legislative or the executive arm of the state and the entire world, South Africa cannot take reckless decision, and I don't think South Africa will take reckless decisions in as far as looking at our own interests as sovereign state is concerned. That is why, as we speak now, the president is in the US to deal with these particular matters, notwithstanding the fact that we are the chair of BRICS, which other people view in suspicious, in inverted commas, in suspicious steps. So I think the struggle continues. We want to thank you, Deputy Minister, for the responses, for the inputs, for the reports. Please, in future, the department, Deputy Minister, when we we are having a meeting and there's going to be an engagement with the department. There are so many people who are a resource within the department who must follow and have an interest in the proceedings of the committee. Because your PLOs and PAs and other people who have got the resources to follow the proceedings of the committee should have detected early enough this morning that it does look like the meeting with SALGA was going to end earlier than anticipated. And in the background, they can speak to the administration of the portfolio committee, share notes and so on, and be able to put you on an alert. Because we had said the department must be on standby. It does look like what was communicated to the department did not include the word standby. That we're starting at 9, we'll be with SALGA first, but be on standby. It does look like we may engage with you at 10 or 10:30 and so on. So that will have to be dealt with also from our communication side as a committee from the administration and the department. Otherwise, I think the engagements were very qualitative and they will take us forward as a country and as parliament. And this is what brings us to the end of the meeting today, honorable members. We will meet at 2:00. Thank you. Bye-bye.
3:00, Chair. Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.